Hello, 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 hello. So, those of you that do not know, I'm real freaking excited for today. Let me tell you, I'm really, really excited. Hello, Sid. Hello, Zariah. Hello, Dragon. How's it going? I'm in, Cash. You ready to watch Ace Attorney at Law? Catboy at work. Wow. Cashew, Catboy, Attorney at Law. Well, here we are. So notably, I did notice whenever you click Select Adventure, it brings you to another menu that also has Select Adventure. But I think... Oh, I see. It's because there's a second game. Oh my god, the theme changed too. I'm so friggin' excited, man. Yeah, I don't talk about it very often. Ace Attorney, like, growing up, Ace Attorney is a formative... It is a formative franchise for me. Like, I'm pretty sure I've talked about it on stream before, but I actually went to school with this in mind. I was influenced by Ace Attorney, and I wanted to become an attorney. because of Ace Attorney. So I love it. I love it a lot. But growing up, I had nobody, friends or foes or nobody that gave a crap about Ace Attorney. So I literally just had to keep it all bottled in. This game came out and I wasn't able to play it. When it came out on Steam, I was like, okay, I'm picking it up. Yeah, someday I'm going to stream it. I don't know when, but someday I'm going to stream it. I know nothing about the Great Ace Attorney other than Sherlock Sholmes. I know Sherlock Sholmes is in it because I believe the story is at the time Sherlock Holmes was not in public domain. I believe that's what happened. So then they named him Sherlock Holmes, and then, or wait, Sherlock Sholmes, yes. And then like 2 years later or something, Sherlock Holmes went into the public domain, but they didn't want to change the name, I guess, so whatever. But oh, how are you doing, Cashew? I'm doing fantastic. I have been with bated breath looking forward to this all week, so I'm pretty hyped. But I hope everyone else is doing well as well. I'm ready to just jump right in, and I know I'm gonna get obsessed with these characters because again, I get fixated on stuff. I don't have to tell you guys, oh hey cool, my musket's captured. I don't have to tell you guys how easily I get fixated on things, and Ace Attorney and its characters I love. They have a special place in my heart. That being said, also, I have not played an Ace Attorney game in forever. The last one I played was one of the 3DS games, like whenever it came out. I don't even remember which one it was, but it's been a very long time, so I'm super excited. For context, like whenever the Ace Attorney like anime came out, I think it was maybe like 6 years ago, maybe even more. But whenever the Ace Attorney anime adaptation came out, I was like literally sobbing whenever I would be like the intros and the outros. I'd be like sobbing watching it because I love these characters so much. The season 2 intro broke me. I love it. I love it so much. The season 2 intro to the Ace Attorney anime adaptation. You know, great memories. Great memories. Everything looks like Gotham City in this game. I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't know what's going down in here, but new game. Anime! No way!
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors,
whoa,
a push for
that guy's
cultural
zooted.
transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
What the? I didn't know there were
The revolution
cutscenes.
washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
I've got such a stupid grin on my face. Man, our first murder.
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
I think that's our protagonist, so great start. Great start, I gotta say. Bienvenue au la carnaval? Whoa. The Great Departure. Cool. Are we straight at court? Alright, we're already in court. Let me know if I need to turn down the game volume, by the way. Because I think the game volume's okay, but how could you have killed him, Cash? I'm sorry, Silver. I didn't know what I was doing. I'll try not to do it. That's in French. It was, yes. The 22nd November, 8:43 a.m., the Supreme Court of Judicature? Oh, no. Defendant's Antechamber 5. Oh my god, these sound effects are so nostalgic. Okay, I'm going to turn on the volume a little bit, because it looks like those beeps are getting a little loud for y'all. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How could it be? Just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber. It's the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate. The guy with the gun looked guilty. No, I think that's us. Can't be guilty. Whoa, did I see motion blur there? Oh. What? It's the bailiff. Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. What the hell? I haven't been tried yet. I feel like this is a biased freaking court, man. So, sorry. Then again, I was holding a smoking gun. My name's Ryunosuke Naruhodo. A descendant of that Naruhodo, perhaps? That's exciting. I'm a second-year student in the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. Sorry, alleged murder. Thank you. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Look at this cool guy, this P2 looking fella. And who are you? Is this guy going to be representing me, I assume? Am I late for my court case? Your Honor, I swear that 18-wheeler drove itself into that orphanage? I know nothing about any recreation of the tanker chase scene from the Road Warrior. What the hell? That sounds like something Bender would say. I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. See, I like this guy. Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. He's got the thing! My head is covering up. He's got the thing! Cool. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunosuke? Yeah, of course, sorry. So we're a bumbler. That's good. I like bumblers. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. Oh, really? Kazuma? Cool. I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. It's cool that somebody's following us around with a fan, I guess. A portable fan. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! Thanks for the sub! You have to believe me, I didn't do it! I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend. Also, in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. Sorry, was I speaking out loud? The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyways. My qualifications don't mean much, yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. Hey, question, is my mouse distracting? Should I hide my mouse from you guys, or do you like seeing the mouse? Because usually whenever I'm reading stuff, I like to trail my mouse across the text. But if it's distracting to you guys, I can just hide the mouse. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. What? Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. Whatever helps you read better. Aw. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Mouse is fine. The little Helltaker dude is, though. What? Would you like the Helltaker dude gone? We all know you need all the help you can get. That is true. That is true. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and success in court. You'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in this university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Well, something's got to keep this headband blowing, I guess. But yes, if the Helltaker gif is horribly distracting, let me know and I can get rid of it. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. Those Westerners, they know what they're doing over there. That's why I chose to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me! We have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. Wow. I'm more bothered by the beeping, but I don't know if that's something everyone likes. I don't think that's something I can fix. That's just Resident Evil? Jesus. Sorry, my Capcom brain. That's just the game. Get rid of it and replace it with a dancing bungo. Well, I can get rid of it, but I don't have a dancing bungo, so you're just gonna have to deal with that. If only it were that simple. The beeping is iconic. Oh dear, look at the time. I better get going. All right, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Yeehaw. And then he phased out of existence. Like a ghost. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. That's when I shot that guy? I mean, allegedly. Yeah, I won't let the... Asogi, may I have a word? Hey, you're on the key art. Professor, partner, how progressive. Where's the Bancho Cashew? Would you prefer Bancho Cashew? Let me, boop. There you are. We'll do Bancho Cashew for a bit, until someone complains about that. Professor, I didn't know you were coming! Well, this case has a personal significance to me. The person who was shot was my son! But never mind that for now, Asogi. Asogi! You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. Ooh la la. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. His son, allegedly. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? What? I feel as though I've seen him at the university before. I like his mustache. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Okay. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Whoa, nice bow. Dot dot dot. Dot dot dot. Oh, this is awkward. Dot dot dot. Ugh, this is awkward. Well, introduce yourself. Sorry I killed that guy, allegedly. If I may. Yes, sorry. You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. Oh, Mikotoba. Oh. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Cool. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asugi's told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand? As such, I feel you should know that... Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asugi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, he ain't going. I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. I mean, that's kind of messed up if it's like, I want to become a great lawyer, so let me go overseas so that I can study and learn this new concept of lawyering in Japan. And then they're like, okay, well, can you defend this guy in a case? If no, then no, you're not allowed. I guess they only want to send him if he's a genius who learned everything about Western law in however many short few years have existed for him to learn about it. What? Nani? Ah, as I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asugi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. ... But I didn't do it. I swear I'm not a murderer. Weird 3D models that move. Hello, Malachi. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, we have a 99% conviction rate here in Glorious Nippon. There are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? Also, this music, what the hell? You'll soon understand. Once proceedings get underway. Once I'm already on the fire? What the hell? But then what should I do? Well, good luck. Naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. Oh no. Are we getting set up or something? What's going on? But what will the question be? Surely not? Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Oh. Yeah. Like the absence of a bird lawyer. Oh, well, I don't know bird law, but he's getting lured into a marriage. Allegedly. I hope we can keep this allegedly meme going through the entire playthrough. Of course not. Defendant! Yes, bailiff. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. I am in love with all of the Phoenix Wright DNA I see in this game. The sound effects, the flashes, like everything. Oh, I'm so happy. It would seem our serapitous, I can't read this. Serapititas? I can't read it. It would seem our discussions are being cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. Oh, okay. So we're going to like throw ourselves. He wants us to throw ourselves under the bus before he can even, Kazuma can even say that he's going to be our defense or something, maybe. Surreptitious? That sounds right. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyways. Damn. Okay. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what, yeah, and what happens to us? You're worried about someone else. I'll be found guilty of murder. Which there are probably repercussions of, I would imagine. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Burp. My one and only chance in proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Wow. Tutorial trial, tutorial trial. Woohoo! Supreme Court of Judicature. The Judicature. Courtroom 2. There we are. The eyes. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. Something tells me I'm pronouncing that wrong. No court in the land has more power. Thanksgiving trial? I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. What the hell? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... Okay, so we shot somebody very important, allegedly. You need to concentrate, Rinosuke. It's about to begin. Ah. Hey! Is that fucking Winston Payne? Oh, hello, Judge. The court will now hear the trial of Rinosuke Naruhodo. Ouchie! Oh, brother. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. I'm so happy. I love this. I like how your lawyer was able to get a katana into the courtroom. You know, something tells me that's just like part of the shtick. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Something tells me I'm gonna say I do. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Oh, I do. This is it! Imada! This must be the question. A game is afoot. Hello, Jag. Who's gonna defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Answer I do. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Rinosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? Wow. What are you playing at, Rinosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. To think I won't be able to get you. You think I won't be able to get you off? Oh, okay. I read that. Okay. Still, no. It's not that really. It's just that. Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear for the reason that you. Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. No, you read it right. Oh, okay. Shh. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. This guy, he's dressed up like the freaking Dark Ruler Yu-Gi-Oh card. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Igiari! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defense innocent is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. I love our eyes. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Yes. Huh? Oh, yeah, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Huh. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. Oh, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. Okay, ouchie. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature in Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected at all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It's therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. Uh-oh. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, thank God. Let's make sure we're doing this often, I guess. Just in case we get smoked. I don't know. He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes? Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. I genuinely don't know. Well, that's easy enough. I heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for the case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with the press of E. What? If you ever find... I'm hitting E and nothing's happening, by the way. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all there. I just have to press E for the court record? All right. There's no time to lose. Okay, now I can. Perfect. This is the list of all the evidence you collected. Now try switching to people with E. Boom. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, press Z to go back. Hey, how's it going? John H. Wilson. Victim of the case. He was visiting professor of medicine at Yume University. Love for the changes the cultural reformation has brought about. All right, John Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press R to present. Boom.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Oh shit, I should have picked Ouchie. I bet that would have been funny. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed. Which is the reason why this case had such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we've just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Yeah. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates of the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that proves your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. We will find you innocent or guilty today. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. I mean, I was literally holding a gun. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. Oh, Dr. Wilson. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. And for some reason, I was holding a gun. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then. Partner. Schwang. Phases out. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. Hey, it's that guy. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name. Still, I should go and say hello. Moshi Moshish, how's it going, prof? So I went to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Suddenly. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. Why were you holding a gun? How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. I probably have an autopsy in here. Death occurred was caused by blood loss from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. You know, something tells me we don't have at this time period, we probably don't have, what's it called? The ballistics markings, that type of stuff. The fingerprint of the gun. Something tells me we don't have that. Granosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now! Okay. Yes! Yes! Bird! Thank you for the super! Objection, Your Honor. We haven't cash for cash. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Bird. According to the document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Right, I forgot I was kind of doing a voice for him. Sorry, right. That's right. The post-mortem report? In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. They don't have a good autopsy in this era. I imagine so, yeah. Probably pretty tough to get away with that kind of crap. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. Ouch. Ouchie, you might say. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept the modern scientific evidence into record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Hey. Nothing else is jumping out at me. He didn't touch his food. That's kind of interesting, I guess. The bullet never went through him, they said. So it makes sense. Everything's good. Space magnifying glass? Oh, what the hell? Cool. Curious. Unfortunately, can't say I'm stuck at work. Oh man, well hopefully your work goes well. I've seen Better Call Saul. I can lawyer you out of this. Your Honor, I urge the court to find my client innocent on the count that he can't read and he's a big dummy. Oh, okay. Clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start with the trial. What? Certainly, Your Excellency. Sweetenly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Miko Toba? Yes. Clearly, you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean you can't assist me? Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah. Of course! When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? What? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Oh, brother. Witness! It's an evil man. This is the killer. He's evil. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Osonaga. I'm the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called Le Carnival. I also suffer from tuberculosis! Actually, though, Jesus! Okay. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, Sorry, I was eating a jam donut before this. Just a jelly donut. It's a regular occurrence. It doesn't really bother me. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants. So-called restaurants? What the hell? I mean, it is or it isn't. An Occidental eatery? Okay. 3 days ago. Understood. Saikenshi! Hello, hello! Oh, Hisashiburi! Understood. Osonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can say about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, perspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We had a few dinners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. 3? Okay. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone in that place. Sir, you're dying. It was when I was in the kitchen putting away. You were in the kitchen? You've got TB and you're working in the. I mean, you shouldn't be in any type of service staff role, but. Oh, brother. Putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman slumped in his chair. Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. In the court of law, they are innocent until proven guilty. Please refrain from making rash comments, Mr. Cashew Zero of the defense. I'm sorry. I'll keep that in mind. So my brain is racing because I'm like, okay, why were we holding a gun? They said that the bullet didn't go through him, so they must have examined the body in some way. I was like, okay, maybe somebody shot him from behind, but they said that the bullet didn't pass through. So I guess I can't know until I see how thorough the examination was. Yeah, yes. Hold on. Let me clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what you saw, you amateur. But... The next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Reinosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. At the cross-examination phase. For now, we must quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No, nobody else. No. There was no one else around the table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right! When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello... Oh, what? Okay, this is a very new information. There was a woman sitting opposite from him at the table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still. Oh my, this evil man. I guess wait and see. We'll get a cross-examination, right? I desperately want to say something, but I was just told not to interject. Ryunosuke, if your parents tell you to study, you're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have got to Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know? If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you've scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just gonna shut my eyes and say it. Okay, I guess we don't. Maybe there is no cross-examination phase. Maybe that doesn't exist at this time period. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Dear me, dear me. What are we gonna do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? Interrupts, gets found in contempt, goes to jail forever. Hello, Truff. How's it going? I have a guess, but I'll refrain, for it's been a long time since I've seen this game. All right, please do. But I'm sure of what I saw. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? He's got the evil man glasses push-up. This guy's gotta be no good. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. So maybe he's working with that woman and they had a secret tryst and she was the one who shot him or something. I know everything. I'm also watching a friend replaying. Oh, nice. Cool. I don't believe it. He's just straight up lying. Ahem. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. I'd love to. Let me see. Sketch of the establishment laid out for you. Okay, so if this is the kitchen, then it's possible, depending on where he was, maybe through line of sight he wasn't able to see the woman. Maybe. Well, maybe they're up to code, I guess. That's right, I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. What the hell? I've never seen any of these games except some clips. I've played a ton of the original games, like the Ace Attorney games. I know nothing about the Great Ace Attorney. Thank you, sir. This is gonna consume my life. The court will take the plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Onegaishimasu. Well, hello? Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What the hell? What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Oh, Jesus. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Oh, please stop coughing like that. Jesus Christ. Next, you have to play Phoenix X Layton. I haven't played a single Professor Layton game. The only Layton stuff that I've seen is from Leo Lovelace. I've watched some of him playing Layton. So the court has now heard a precis of the case. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. The only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem that we are looking at a black and white case here. May I have a cross-examination, maybe? Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. Oh, Jesus. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. I've only played Ace Attorney X Layton game, and it's quite fine, very similar to this one. Oh, quite fun. Dang. Is it on Steam, or would I have to play it on, like, a 3DS or something? Just hope that you don't go into rage like Leo did with some of the puzzles in Layton. I did see Leo freaking out in some of the puzzles in Layton. That was a good time. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? I mean, you are innocent, right? So 3DS level 5 hates us. Oh. Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Brother, you're innocent. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor. Mikotoba said it. Judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. Those Layton Leo streams were funny. They were a fantastic time. As I found from the outset, or said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? Kazuma, it's not like that. The accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you just going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Oh. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. Hey, you're my assistant. You can't... Wait, what? We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witness. Oh. We'll see how decisive this evidence really is. Now that's a lawyer point right there. He said don't point at the opposition in the courtroom. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchie, please continue with proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. What the heck? I can't believe I'm fangirling for Winston Payne. The prosecution calls its next witness. Witness is what? Don't worry about it. Very well, officer. Bring forth that witnesses at once. Is it the... Whoa, okay. Oh yeah, these people were there, huh? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Oh my god, these Ace Attorney characters. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army's Sergeant Iesa? Nosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon. And I conduct the trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio... Oh, Curio. Okay, Curio Korekuda, at your service. Okay, well, Curio is going to be a really easy name to remember for him. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the dinners at... Huh? They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios of which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnaval. He seeks out potential customers who may have had an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnaval because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele. Right, I see. Naruhodo, you might say. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of the most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. Oh my goodness. It was that black uniformed Did I hear a baby cry? Who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. Speaking military jargon. I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Yeah, the baby! So, this is the decisive evidence that prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually found the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. Will state everything you saw at the precise moment of that the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Oh, he's got a harness. There's a baby behind him. I see. Huh. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Acerbic. I don't know what that word is. Witness testimony. Oh, we're so close. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Oh, Nosa, I remember them. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired at the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. But what do you mean fired from the back? The bullet wound is in his front. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of the mysteriously absconded precious curio. Oh, Jesus. Yes, sir. No, sir. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable knife? You can't bring that in here, I assume. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assaulted in the broad light of day. Rakuda is a collector, but in Romaji. Oh, you're so right! Curio collector, that's awesome. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes! All I did was pick up the gun I saw lying on the floor. After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang! Unfortunate. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. So, and somewhere in these two witness testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice. What the hell? Certainly, the testimony that the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yes! Hold it. What in the name of the outburst? The meaning of this outburst? The defense exercises its duty to its right to cross-examine the witnesses. Demands his right to cross-examination. He knows words. Shit. You ever watch My Cousin Vinny? I don't know what that is. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it? How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. Add it to the list. Allegedly. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination? The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Ooh. Gulp. Kazuma is so commanding. Oh, very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. You just pick apart what they say. It is what it is. You never watched My Cousin Vinny? You need a watch-along. Okay, I guess everybody loves that movie. I guess... Is that a movie or a show? Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what the soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's a movie. You know, I'll put it on the list. It's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. Perhaps we can maybe talk about how I did not shoot him in the back. There was no shooting in the back to be had. Perhaps, I hope this isn't an Ace Attorney-ism where I'm too far ahead and I'm focusing on a detail that isn't up for debate right now. I'm praying. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now, let's go, Ryunosuke! Don't let them beat you! Okay. What? Oh, the little baby slap. All right then, it's all or nothing. Okay. The witnesses saw. Okay, so we're gonna press everything. I was ingesting a regulation abuse. Okay, tell me about that.
Yes.
Okay. Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then. This beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? 10 something? A beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Huh, okay. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be among almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. So we're a goober. Oh, Jesus, we're gonna get objected in before objection. No objection, okay. Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir, I will, sir, on the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry, I'll do my best. Perhaps there are some step ladders we can talk about. Exit wound? Well, Truffinator, we were told that the bullet was there was no exit wound. We were told that the bullet is still inside of him. So, we know that he was shot from the front. So next question. Are we still on this? Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of whack crying noise? That's the baby on my back! Negative! Oh, just kidding. Well, at least we learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman.
Yes!
Speak on that. Tell me more. I have no idea what you're talking about. The Koban boy. A Koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket in the hope of an affluent I hate the way this guy speaks. Appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin? To Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You're about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well... You're a little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination. Isn't that insubordination? No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman aside me, who was grappling, I almost read this as gaping, who was gaping with his braised veal at the time. Oh, Jesus. It was my sole prospect. I see. Secreted is pronounced as secrete, like it's seeping out of. Did I stumble on secrete? Yeah. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Speak on that.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at the time? Affirmative, I saw you! Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun to the English civilian. What the hell? Oh, no, my baby slaps. We gotta work on that. That's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm. Just 1 point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me it must have been after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? So you didn't see the moment. Well, if that was really the case, it'd mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment that the killer actually fired the gun. This fucking guy. Arg! And double arg! Oh. My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves from a murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. What the hell? Which means a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, Cadet. That's not really possible, is it? You think I got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well, it would seem the soldier's absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Okay, well, this is where we've got him dead to rights, but let me just hit this up real quick. I'll still press him.
Yes!
Why not? So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... It was you! Arg! I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. What? Who else do you see around here in a black uniform, huh? Well, there is one person, but Your Honor, my client is safe-scumming, allegedly. That's not true. It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man from behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon? You disgust me! ... Hey, wait a minute. He wasn't shot in the back at all. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. If you find an inconsistency there with what the witness said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Well, that's maybe a little aggressive, but... Can I go back to a previous statement? Do they let me do that? I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know that there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is, how? Like I said before, the key is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing E. Go through each witness statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. Somewhere in there, you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency. When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other, thrust it in their face and rip the witness apart. Jesus. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defense's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. So that's it. Peruse the evidence of the court record and find an inconsistency with the witness's statement. All right, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statement over and over again, as many times as you'd like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Oh. What's this? Okay, I would like to present a piece of evidence to you. Would you be shocked to find out that he was actually not shot in the back like you are claiming?
Yes!
Oh no. It's the new interrogation technique. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What's the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my moustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. Oh no. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What would make me so happy is if our character right now, whenever we try to do the desk slap, we can't do it. It's too like wet and like pathetic. It would be so sick if later on my camera died in my talking about how sick it would be. But it would be so sick if later on we learn how to do it in a way later case. It could even be after this, like the tutorial entry case thing would be cool. If at the end of this one we do the desk slam and it actually works. That's what I'd love. I'd love that. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. Humph. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there's no place for an amateur student here in the grand courtroom. Arg. This is so frustrating. Bam. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. Ooh, I like this music. Spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at this photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant E.A. Sanosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back like a cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. Yes! But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because he was shot from the front. Because. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Baby! Oh, what? What the? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but pushed it down again. Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. What a shitbird. What the hell? Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? Why would you lie? Why would you lie like this? The last testimony the court heard was proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. The witness, Sergeant Ie Sanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. Bam. Straight to jail. Yeah, straight to hell. Are you kidding me? Good God. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Ooh. Yeah. Awesome. Hello, Drunkle. How's it going? My shoes hurt? Your shoes hurt? You should take them to a... Who repairs shoes? Is a haberdashery a shoe fixer or a hat fixer? I don't know. I forget why they have a baby on their back and they're in the court no less. Who knows? There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. From that one discrepancy. Cobbler, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. He said the thing. He said the thing. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. Yes, I was. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment of the victim was shot either? Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Oh, well, there was a gun that was distracting me. Hunting for treasure. What the hell? Treasure? Whoa! Okay. The Koban. Oh, it went missing. On each occasion when I visited that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man when I proffered my Hoy treasure. I believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not. But I was presented with little alternative. You heard it here, folks. I don't know what was said, but... And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was. In case mishap, it had fallen there. And then it happened. Bang! You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoy treasure. To think it was the child. The baby took it! Oh my god! They said turnabout and ace attorney. They did! They did! Yeah! Nothing could distract me! Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. Huh. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoy Koban was lost to me. No doubt, some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. Legitimately, I think the baby took it. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court had just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the Brits. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What's your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. Been playing Path of Exile 2 with the new update today. There's a queue for about 20 minutes. Jesus. My gosh. I own Path of Exile 2. It's been on my list. I want to play it forever, but I haven't got around to it. I meant the child fired the gun. Oh. Okay, well then maybe. That'd be crazy. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate? The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate. Okay. But he will find a wolf at the back. Oh, I see, I see. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have possibly committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo! What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witness to testify again. He will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me. There's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think? Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. Huh. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Tension. Your father is meant to quell the enemy. Oh god, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. The snot. Jeez, Lou, man. Yikes. The true culprit. Hey, please excuse me for a quick idle meeting. I will be back in... Go ahead and count. Go ahead and count. Prove me wrong. I will be 57 seconds. Be right back. Damn, I think I might have went a little over. Gosh darn it. Well, hey, we're back. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moments the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Almost. Oh, okay. When I played Path of Exile, my friend called me and had bad news. No. Bummer. Sorry to hear about that. Trade Protocol, the Metroidvania is going to have a crossover collab with Crosscode. What the hell? Okay. Neato. I've heard some of those names before. I lost count, so it doesn't matter. Yes, it was over a minute. Close enough, right? Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirms that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. What the hell is going on? Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. What the hell? I mean, there must have been some crazy line of sight shenanigans going on. Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You gotta believe me. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. Everyone's looking away. What the hell?
Objection!
Oh my god. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you'll respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We're not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. Is it evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident? The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this photographic print of the scene of the crime? Yeah? Hey! At the table which the victim was the investigator immediately after the incident. Did somebody eat some of his food? Or was he blocking it? Because it looked like it was untouched before, and then now it's partially consumed. Table the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. Am I crazy? Look, examine. You can't really tell. Darn. I mean, it's close, but I think I can't focus on that. As can plainly be seen, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, no, it is still only one that I see here. Why was he turned around from this table? Great question. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. A bottle of carbonated water, okay. And a steak lunch can be seen at the victim's table. I don't understand. I'd like to look more closely at this, please. Also, can I take another look at this? I mean, I'm probably not going to find anything too crazy just looking around. Now, he said this was a business card. I was hoping I could, like, flip it around and read the business card, but I don't think that is an option here. I don't have anything like that. Okay, so this is where the fellow was killed. What in the hell is going on here? So fellow was in the kitchen. I can't see any line of sights that could be drawn that would block this woman. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. Uh-oh. The witnesses' testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. Hey, we still have our right to cross-examination, onegaishimasu. They're very sensitive political times. As we know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, ouchie, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over. It's not over yet. Oh, man. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to the cross-examination, the witness. Make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Gosh, you can't die in the tutorial. Someone from another table. It's a real mystery. The true culprit. It's the same. It's almost the same thing.
Yes!
Speak on that for me. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. Man, this guy sucks. No, I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. I couldn't tell. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. This is bullshit. So there you have it. Have what? Tension? I hate this. None of this. The sound of the firearm rang in my ears in the very next moment. I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Let's not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. Is that so, Corrector-san? Didn't he explicitly say he didn't see me? He wasn't paying attention to me at all. He was just looking for his coin. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was. That much I myself did see. Am I crazy? Didn't you explicitly say that you did not see any of this because you were too busy looking for your stupid gold coin? Okay. Well, speak on that.
Yes!
Yes! It may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time, but I've told you already. That's only because I'd picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could have explained it that way. I just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. At exactly that moment, bang! Whoa. A gunshot rang in my ears. Huh. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated the testing predicament. What? Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and found myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. What? Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. How did I switch to looking at people again? Oh, well, I guess I'm on present. It's not the court record. I'd like to look at the court record, but okay. Speak on that.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was also a lady there. Okay, now? Now I may look at people. Okay. Okay.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course, the place was almost empty. That's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. Huh. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Please, please, show me this. Hada Clinic? Hada Clinic. Indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. What? Huh. Very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit the evidence before. It really had no bearing on the case. You bastard. I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I mean, we should probably read this thing. Well, it's hard. Remember, you can request it to be entered in the court record for evidence if you think it could be useful. I think it could be useful. Onegaishimasu.
Yes!
For all we know, it's gonna be like, oh yeah, he had a stomach ulcer. He went in and they were saying, oh, you can't eat for the next 24 hours. No eating for the next 24 hours. And then they're trying to say that he went to a restaurant to eat a beefsteak after. Because then that's probably not his plate. That could have been the lady's plate. On what grounds? Court had already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up for us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defense's request. Pump the body's stomach. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Freaking ouchie. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Thank you. Time to find out that he couldn't eat. What we need right now is new clues. Hold that thought. Wait, I want to read it. Let me read. Are you telling me I can't examine this further? Oh my god. I can't examine it further. Like this, I'm allowed to hit space to examine. This, I'm not allowed to. Maybe it'll let me do it later. You have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like. It's the day after the festival already for you. Let the game teach you. Okay, Frost. Also, hello. It'd be super Japanese to think that a man would follow the instructions from his doctor. Can you actually lose these things? Let's find out. Or perhaps you've forgotten that the witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Yeah, just like the last ones where they directly lied. Feel free to reiterate the accused, corrector-san. Indeed, alone he was, dining all by himself. Sorry, am I allowed? No, I'm still not allowed to look at it further. Okay, we'll come back to that. Dining all by himself.
Yes!
Speak on that for me. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. What? Odd response. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beefsteak at the victim's table, a meal for one. No, that's not true. That's impossible. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. That's crazy, though. But yeah, I can't imagine. I don't know why, but they were all like looking away and stuff. So it does seem like they're all lying. I just have no idea why they would. If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the English gentleman over and out.
Yes!
Tell me more. Why aren't you telling the truth? Stop lying! What? What did you say? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Like, what is this? Unfortunately for you, defendant Naruto, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? Well, the waiter as well. The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent in this phantom lady, of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Cashew streams rules? Huh? Hello, Armando. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. God damn it. Oh, you mean this? Yes. This is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are ones you can examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the arrows. Whoa. So exciting. Rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using WASD. Whoa. You can aim your crosshairs. The crosshairs of justice. You can move the crosshairs to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there's something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use the arrow keys, WASD, and space to inspect any areas of evidence that look suspicious. Well, what's going on the back? Dentist, Hada Clinic. Dentist? Oh, brother, we've got him dead to rights. Well, hey, tell me about this. It says Hada Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had this heinous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have only one cold in their whole life. Anyways, I don't think this is the clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Could it perhaps be the fact that they are a dentist? It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. Probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive. I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then. Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine. And they give you painful injections. And they demand lots of money for you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. For which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Can I maybe open this up? I'm telling you, this man was not eating. Let's have a look. This were some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed and then was eating steak? Brother, I don't think so. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. I've heard of this anesthesia, although it's hard to believe that there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Don't eat for the next 24 hours. Strictly no food or drink beside water for the next 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? That's interesting. Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Medical report card's information has been updated. Wow. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. I've never been gassed for dentistry. I think it isn't common in Canada. I've never been gassed, no. Pointing on is a young much herself to see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only person present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Maybe that's where we press. Therefore, no one other than the black boy could have dispatched the... Okay. Well done, yep. Having more to go on now, yep. I feel like the situation's really changed, though. No discrepancies have come to light. And that's, what we need. Oh. I think the situation has changed a great deal. We've come a long way. How so? We have just what we need. It's simply a case of us using it to our advantage now. Then, do you mean there is a discrepancy somewhere? The crucial point is the victim had been prohibited from consuming anything but water when he was shot. That fact has not yet been brought to the court's attention. He's right. Meanwhile, Dr. Wilson's circumstances at the time of the incident puts that particular statement in a totally different light. When I got my wisdom teeth pulled, they used the wax numbing and then a shot to further numb the roots. Oh, Jesus. I'm getting shivers just imagining. That's... Always keep your eye on the progress of the battle. That's the only sure way to win. It's almost the same thing. Pointing gun at the foreman, young man in black. That myself I did see. Furthermore, visual search and premises confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Okay, so maybe this is also, but I think the dining alone is the one we gotta do.
Yes!
Yes! Well, I think, what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally under the circumstances. I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it is that you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. All right, and thanks for the advice, partner. Oh, the deep breath. Slam? Do I got the slam? Nope, not yet. Director-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And? I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what's written on the report card to your witness statement. No. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt the court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Grr, but that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. This is surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court have heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides the pale-faced pupil who could have possibly... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Cashew is awesome. Wow, no way. I appreciate that, Armando. Thank you. Thanks for the hype. I love that Ryu looks at his hands confused why his slam doesn't work. I love it so much. I was saying earlier, I pray either by the end of the tutorial or later on in the game, he goes for the slam and it works. And then he's like shocked. That'd be awesome. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. a dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating? Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than the water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Oh, it's true. Correctus-san! Oh, what, my boy, what? Just as you heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. Cashew, cashew, con cashew. Hello, Isaac. How are you? Armando's opinion cannot be taken as fact in this court of law, Your Honor. No. Additionally, there's more. You've assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Somebody was eating that steak. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Arg! Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I never played this game before. Zero possibility to spoiler from me accidentally. Excellent work. No one would ever go against medical orders. No, never. I love this song.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? In the game, when you launch the game on the title screen, this song is playing, and it was making me emotional just hearing this song, because I was like, oh my god, there's gonna be so many good moments with this song. I can't wait. Oh god, I love Ace Attorney so much. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see that the plate of food at the victim's table. Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant's case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Huh? Yeah, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who ate the steak? We'll never know. Saturday morning with Cashew. What a great way to start the weekend. Who's the cat VTuber that brings the happiness? I try. God knows I try. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Ooh. It was the baby who ate the steak. Oh my god. The baby did everything. The baby stole the coin. The baby shot the man. The baby ate the steak. What didn't that baby do? Counsel. Oh, that means me, doesn't it? All right. The answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Gyakuten, you might say? Show them what you are made of. Let's do it. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been the woman. Me? Don't say that. Obviously, it could only have been someone who was sitting at the professor's table. And they shot him. Case closed. His new babies were evil. So will you not let this go? There was no such person. Yes! There was, because I saw her. Some sort of roundabout trial? No way. When this incident occurred, we knew that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak at his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that the witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we'll lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair trial relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Row, fight the power? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issues with them, the two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We've demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously, you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury? I'm a new father. I can't go back to juvie. Well, an old man probably doesn't go to juvenile hall, I would imagine, but who knows? This is Japan. It's crazy. And since this is a murder trial, you'll also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No! Even the baby was shocked. Hold it! Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting? Unbelievable. I was just following orders. That's right. As the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. Man, these people, straight to hell. Straight to hell with you. No visitation rights. Unbelievable, man. Maybe he was out for dinner and searched his wife. Shouldn't have thought of that before lying in court. What? What did you just say, Corrector-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? When you say gentlewoman, do you mean the mysterious third party? You saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? Objection! What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? I'm telling you, it was the waiter. It was the goddamn waiter. Anyone who has the glasses pushing up emote is either evil or an aspiring student council president who is also evil. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Jeez Louise, man. Order, counsel, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. God. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. Okay, then straight to hell with you. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to the murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. You're trying to send me to hell. Are you kidding me? Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi has any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, Any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. We didn't need to name whoever it was. What? Who is this man? Man! I know. I can't prove it. I don't know how he's done it, but I know he's done it. Of course, we'll need evidence before we can make any firm accusations. Thank God. Evidence that proves whoever really did this did wield his power here. His or her, sorry. But how? How could we possibly? I'll just keep picking apart what they're saying. Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? It's a business card. Business card. Chief Inspector. Motherfucker, I knew it. I knew this bastard. You kidding me? Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look. See, it says the witness's name here. Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Wow. There's a neon from Nikkei who does the glasses thing, and she isn't evil. Ah, she probably is. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Okie dokie. Well, we got him. we got him. We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I have no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I know nothing. And what's the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out that first name that comes to my head. Ooh, I like that. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witness is this motherfucker.
Yes!
Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took to the sand earlier? Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. Even a head waiter. For once, I'd agree with you. Daga. He's not just a head waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga's son's real identity is proven by this evidence. Right here.
Yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows great detail of attention to detail, but I'm not sure how this can conclude anything. Please flip it around. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. What an interesting way to word that. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. He's working on it. We'll get there. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The Waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau! He lacks the eloquence, but he has the spirit. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular citizens are concerned. So, witnesses, there in the stand, was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Meh. Hold it? Oh, it's the waiter. Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this might happen. The moment you asked for me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well, you see... I recall this. Of course, here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. I love Hosonaga. What's that guy from One Piece? Like Captain Kuro or something, I think his name was? He's got big Kuro energy. If that's his name, I think it was. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say that you really are a detective? Kuro is the name, yes. Oh, that guy. But why would a detective be working at as a restaurant waiter? Yeah, Kuro, the leader of the Black Cat Pirates. That's the one. Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. I thought he looked really intimidating when I first saw him. He does. Undercover? Yes. There's been a series of incidents at that restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. Oh no. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to the case of homicide. Huh. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Why did you tell them, apparently threaten them, to not talk about the woman? Ridiculous. Ridiculous, I say. Also, live action actor also did so great. I loved the live action Kuro in One Piece. Coke Zero break. Stay hydrated, everybody. Of course, Your Excellency. We've just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. That is indeed true. Clearly, you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Sorry, my TB is acting up. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. He has diplomatic immunity. Bang! Oh my, in the courtroom? As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim had slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once? It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. What? The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishwoman, or an Englishman being murdered on our soil, to name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So instead, you're just throwing it on me. You're just throwing it on me. I guess I was holding a gun. A bunch of people saw me holding a gun, so I suppose. Although it's a little bullshit, I guess it is what it is. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in the case. All Straw Hat actors are huge fans of One Piece. Or how live-action Snow White actresses' attitude to the original. But it's not right. So now I get thrown under the bus. This is bullshit. Yes? One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yuma University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. Nani? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett? Giselle Brett, okay. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research faculty of Yume University's medical faculty. What the hell? Truff, 6'7"? What is this? What the hell? Thank you so much for the super. Coke Zero Break Fund. I got my bonus today and wanted to celebrate. Oh, you're too kind. Bless you. Also, 6'7". Good meme. Very much appreciated. What's happening here? So you know what? I will have some more Coke Zero. I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in the testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Yikes. Spooky, spooky stuff. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. Even when donating, no one can escape 6'7". However, as we now have discovered that the premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. My man, Judge. But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Council. Comb your beard. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Hell yeah, I like this judge. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes, sir? You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. Shouldn't we get like a bailiff to do that? Once, Your Excellency. Okay. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Should a bailiff not be doing this? Whoa, what is this? Nothing will get in my way. What is this pose? Okay. Court is adjourned. Prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Hosonaga is so good. To be continued. Suzuku. Cool. Cool, they play an intermissionary jingle too. Hell yeah. (11:38 a.m.) Supreme Court of Judicature Defense Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb! My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It's almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. I always wanted to know why you haven't been a voice actor yet. Oh, I do like doing voice acting stuff, but it's a really, really, really like competitive and difficult world to breach into. I don't know. I think it's a lot of fun, but scary. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it! It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyways, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start! Dr. Wilson wasn't alone! There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along! Yes, you have, haven't you? I may not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yeah, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, bang! No way. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet. He bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. What the heck? Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended the subject without a moment's delay. Yeah, and because I was shut in the pantry, I had no idea what happened outside of the dining area. Huh. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. It's the guy! The forensics fella, yeah. And key art girl. Mikotaba! Well, seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that might have resulted in your study tour of Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? Huh. So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then. Looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yeah. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Oh? Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier in the morning, didn't he? You don't mind me asking, Professor. Did you know the victim? Yes, I did. More like injustice system, am I right? High five. Anyone? Hello, Elegum. How's it going? As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget what we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes. I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to squash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck! Thank you! Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-san. Oh, the bow again. The bow. Defendant Naruto! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once! The fastest 30 minutes of my life. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's get in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hit them. Hell yeah. Team Youngblood, let's do it. Kazuma? What? Thank you. Really? Oh. She said Kazuma-sama, not son. Oh, she did say Sama? I didn't catch that. That's actually a relevant detail. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. I'd recommend not reading too many song titles in the OST, by the way. A little spoilers in some parts. Thank you for the advice. I wasn't planning to, but I will not look at any of the song names until I beat the games. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Nice, must be nice. Did somebody say... I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Python? Oh, God. I know I did it wrong. I always do. Court resumes. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. Thanks to a certain young stripling? Prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Whatever, you'll be fine. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think that it's nothing to worry when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Flounders, probably? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. My guy. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial? Anxiety over some foreign government's opinions? A bungled investigation? Missing witnesses? Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Oh. Shut up, you jumped up, rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with the great world power, we've become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering? Is that how you spell maneuvering? That can't be right. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. Chat, confirm. Is this how you spell maneuvering? I don't think this O is supposed to be there. And there's supposed to be an E after the V, isn't there? Maneuvering? Or wait, the E is supposed to be over there? Maneuvering. I don't know. I think that was a mistake. I think the O was a typo. Alright. We got it. Faith in. I remember, but it didn't stick with me. I wish I had MC energy like Kazuma. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Wow. It's manosphere maneuvering. What? 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 Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. A visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency! Oh my goodness. Evil! Evil, evil woman! Evil, evil woman! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to glorious Nippon, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In English, no discussions take place without tea! Pretty sure you said it in England. Is that true? No idea. So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. You were not being asked, I don't believe, but okay. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but for... Yes, we know about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. I love the polite head wiggle. Goodness, Ouchie's voice just perfect. Is that true? No idea. Evil woman. Evil, evil. More importantly, a little earlier today, you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yeah, I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please? Evil. Evil, evil woman. Oh no, she's speaking Ego. Ego wakarimasen. Nihongo onegaishimasu. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? Nani nani. Nani nani nani. Nani 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 nani. Oh, are you? Please tell me he's not supposed to be interpreting this. Oh my god. This man could be saying anything. Oh, Jesus Christ. Looked it up. Maneuvering is just another way of saying the same thing. Like to, what the hell? Really? That's interesting. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Facility? Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. Do hummingbirds sing? Probably. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. It's true, we also took English classes, we know this. Haha. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. Murder most foul. Get it? She's got a bird on her head? The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? Nani, nani, nani. Nani, nani. Man, I'm not putting up with that. My laptop ran out of battery. What did I miss? This lady's evil. It hasn't been confirmed. But I don't trust her, as far as I could throw her. She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in glorious Nippon, she can't speak any Nipponese? Not even any Japanglish? What's going on? Oh, good lord. She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. I mean, I think when a murder happens. +2, I'm a big fan of foul humor. Allegedly evil, yes. Allegedly evil. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as though you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Okay, well, I still think it is of crazy note that nobody has talked about that they are facing away from the table. Nobody's talked about that yet, but I think that is of very interesting note. Even in this one, the chair is facing away from... No, this one it is facing towards. Weird. I mean, maybe they just moved him. I don't know. But we'll see. Maybe I'm thinking about that too much. Maneuvering is built in UK and drum rolls. Canada, Catboy! Oh no! Apparently, it was very frightening. And a sorrowful sight. You don't say. Do you mean to say? Yes. It would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood! Oh my goodness. The child's still the prime subject? Yes. Suspect. Could have been shot from the kitchen or entrance. Well, because he has the gunpowder blast on his vest, we know that he was shot from up close. Obviously, he turned around to talk before Ryu shot him. I guess we'll just have to find out. We know that it was like a point-blank shot, though, because of the gunpowder on his suit. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Huh? Looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. He drew his sword. What the hell? Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Oh, Jesus. Just speak in English. We'll understand. We can speak English. We go to English classes. Witness testimony. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Jesus Christ. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Has he said the name of the sword yet? No, I don't think so. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. What? Me? Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Jesus. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Huh. This is condemning testimony indeed. Yes, it is! No! I didn't have any sort of argument with the professor at all. Huh. Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at this snow-white angel! Jesus Christ. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine these words the court is going to believe. Whose words the court is going to believe? Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from the lady and the 2 witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last 2 witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there's nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I was gonna say, I feel like if she wanted to, there are a million places she could hide one. Unless, and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those were the witness's own words on the matter. Arg, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Okay. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. That's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. Come on, man! What the hell? They even gave us the villain smile. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yeah, Your Excellency. Let's do that. I arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon. Tell me more about this. After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite late for a lunch, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? Yes, very much. No? Oh. Huh. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. It was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. Frickin' Winston, you kiss ass. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak.
Yes!
Okay. He was unable to eat, you say. You're gonna have to explain why the beefsteak was in front of him. And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hota Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of this fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard from that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean... And it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly! So nobody moved the body. He was facing away from the table, and the food was in front of him. Got it. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke? About the witness's last statement? I think there's a lot that can be gleaned from this. Oh, Jesus, don't embarrass yourself. The last statement of yours, Ms. Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, wow. How fascinating. Could you tell us, what is this profound bearing, Oh, Jesus. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Humph. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. Oh no, ouchie is a tiabu? Tiabu. Oh, a tiabu. I see. Cashew's my pal, my homeboy, my sweet cheese, my good time boy. Some of those sound weird. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I can remember that one. Which one? Significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. That's a good one. I hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that. Ryunosuke. Allegedly weird. You're so right. I ordered a beefsteak for myself in the restaurant, and I said cheers over a glass of carbonated water. Okay. Can Can I just real quick take another peek? Is there only one glass at the table? Why is there only one glass at the table? Oh, that's the flower vase. Gosh darn it. Why are you always lying? Okay, well. I might be jumping the gun here, but I would like to explain. I would like you to explain to the court where the glass is.
Yes!
I love that moment of realization expression he gets. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing that the victim's table of the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Oh, God. Well, that is, it's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks so odd to you? Well, there's only one glass. It's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. Well, they specifically said that each of them had one. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? Is that how you pronounce that? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on this case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not! I would never do something so reckless. Oh no. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you gonna try and tell me that you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Ooh. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. She's gonna smile again. Sorry. Jesus. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No. This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. I stuffed it in my pocket. Oh, your pocket. Oh, that's interesting, considering you just said you didn't have pockets. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Oh, that's convenient. A small handbag. A small handbag. The thing you said you couldn't possibly have had a gun because you had nowhere to put this friggin' woman, man. Unbelievable. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Okay. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. Dagger! The fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed. Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed the glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No. No, we are not in agreement. Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yeah, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's deeper significance here, it's, the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items, such as guns. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Daga. She forgot to mention was her handbag. Oh no, my wet slabs. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? I like to imagine Cashew fans himself like that on sultry summer days. It's very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce that there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? I did not. No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag! No! Oh. Order, order, order! What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag to show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. You think so, Kazuma? Oh, God, my TB. Oh, gosh. Oh, geez. It's really acting up. Cashew, #1 VTuber reader. Okay, let's go. Well, I can't read, so I wouldn't give myself that title. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Excuse me? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Explain yourself, post-haste. Unnecessary in what way? I had to thank the student lawyer, really. Why does the waiter have the consumption? I think they're dying from tuberculosis, if that's what you're asking. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Jesus Christ. This photographic print. It's a clear bag. I see. Print is a photograph that I took that would be prudent to immediately after the shooting. Okay. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Is this like some shade or something? What's going on over here? I can't really tell. Well, I never. You could see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. Huh. So the contents are clearly visible. Sick wrist tattoo. Maybe Cashew read bad, but the voice acting is S tier. Truth be told. Yes, tuberculosis was called the consumption in the 1700s all the way until the mid 20th century. Really? I had no idea. Yeah. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. Must be a Chicago Bulls fan. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Lady Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. No. Order, order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. Hey, just hold up. Let me look at this new piece of evidence first. May I perhaps examine this further? Some shit's going on over here that I don't know how to explain. I don't know what this is, but this is something. I don't see... I was expecting maybe there would be like a bowl pattern on here or something, but I don't see anything. I think I'm just supposed to pick up on that. Okay. Gotcha. You got the blown back. Court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed. There's only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over on the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator at this time. That's not true. That's impossible. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Reinosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. That's a good line. Saikenshi, hello again. The demo, kanji, I cannot read. So, go man. Perhaps the bowl pattern is elsewhere on the scene. I'll have to take another peek. We're just wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. The fact that you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. For the rest of your days. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma, his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Igiari! Objection! Oh my god! Curious. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find... Yes! They really should have kept hold it for that. Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That's the most basic protocol of this courtroom. Yes! Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As this photographic print submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean. Oh, he got it! He got the slam! Then the ruling on this case at this time would be out of the question!
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching! Look at the photographic print! All it shows is the handbag of the gentlewoman was carrying that day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone this court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ah, my thoughts exactly! Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. What the heck? Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well. I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at this photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print you see the significant detail to which you have alluded. I'm thinking this is kind of sus.
Yes!
Look at this. Here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. Are we safe scumming, by the way? I haven't reloaded at all. I will probably reload at some points if I deem the situation is horrifying, but I was pretty confident on this, so I'm not going to save. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering with that piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that had nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noted it was when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchi points out, unless a firm connection with the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Cat, don't you dare. I see you're looking to be naughty. Don't do it. Don't be a naughty cat. You're doing good, okay? Nani nani. Nani 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 nani. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. Oh, she's gotta go. She'd like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Ridiculous. Of course, dear lady. We shan't hold up you any longer. Quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn has something to do with the case? Yes, I do. To be honest, I'm not really sure. If I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Ah, oops. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably links the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? Cat, are you kidding me right now? Come on, buddy. Prize, as in reprise. It's one of my favorite words. I have to find some link between that burn and the case. It's already been done. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Well, we know that it is on this plate. It's right there. However, I still... I know that proves that he was sitting with the food in front of him. Maybe he slumped over and his wrist landed on top of it or something. I'm waiting to hear them explain to me how relevant this is.
Yes!
There it is. Prize as in pry. This text during durdling around is making me claw my eyes at. Durdling. What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe the photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in the other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here, forevermore! What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? It's this right here.
Yes!
The beefsteak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you all right? As you can see, the emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnaval. Ah! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
Curiouser and curiouser. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. Most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Oh, my guy. Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster. Certainly. I love the nondescript rabble, rabble, rabble from the crowd. Imagine if you accidentally misclicked because of Reese. Oh, that would be not fun. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it hasn't suffered... What? It wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense had pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already. I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnaval, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! I didn't realize Phoenix Wright's gameplay involved waiting for dialogue to resolve while you wait to solve the case. That is it, yes. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate or something for 3 seconds that day. That would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. And the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. I have to run. Have a good rest of stream. I can't believe the trail is still going. Haha. Oh, the trial. Yeah, I mean, Phoenix Wright trials, this is the tutorial. This is going to be resolved in one day. If this follows the formula of the other Phoenix Wright games, we're in for a long haul, so get comfy. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryanosuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense of this apparent impossibility. Where was she in the school again? What was she studying? Medical school. Okay. And the first Great Ace Attorney doesn't have multiple days, only one investigation segment, and then the court. Oh, really? Okay. Impressive. There's only one explanation I can think of that makes sense. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was either asleep or was already deceased. I just now got onto the thing in my head where I was like, maybe she put him to sleep. Like, there was only one drink. She's a medical student. Maybe she drugged him and then... Or poisoned him. Maybe he died from poison. He didn't get an actual, like, autopsy like what we were talking about. Like, we don't know if he died from poison. He was just shot, so we just assume he died from the shot. That being said, he could have also just fucking died. I don't know. So he was either shot in his sleep or he was already deceased. And I genuinely don't know which one of these it is. So I'm gonna save. I think I'm gonna say it was already dead because it doesn't require any leaps to think. I'm gonna say it was already deceased. I think this is very possible. I just thought about this line of logic, but this requires an extra step that we have no clues for. Whereas this, it's just like, oh, well, I mean, he was shot and then that's how he got the burn. Who can say? Only an ace attorney, that's for sure. I figured it out 20 minutes ago. This is like waiting for your turn in Uno? guess. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Oh, Uni has an undernight. I see. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes. It's only possible. Only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot? That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp on the facts. No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp on the facts. Oh shit! You got him with the Yu-Gi-Oh level comeback. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you'll have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Woo, baby! I love this judge! Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Whoa! She stopped speaking English. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Miss Brett, you speak Nihongo? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Okay. Jesus Christ. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. Reese, you must move. Are you kidding me? Now that's some classic racism right there. I miss when the law and due diligence mattered. Seems, yep. So I can see that I'll have to lower myself to communicating you with you all on your own level. Oh, well... You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, finally gonna hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting. Ryunosuke! Witness testimony! The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I had heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. I guess toxicology doesn't exist yet. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate for us. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in Supreme Court history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Jesus Christ. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. No, not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Are you talking about me, the guy who's, like, up for, like, prison? Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer, then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. Put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Yes, Your Honor. What? Awesome. Oh, I like this confidence we've got now. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Let's do it. You're slipping off her face. Japanese huge gibbets? I don't know what that is. It's game time now. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. Tell me more.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ay-ya! Haha, what fun! What is this? You hadn't realized. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Oh no! Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentlewoman, or gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Yes! Well, I can't. Anyway. Oh, brother. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in toast. I mean, it still boggles the mind why her steak was in front of him and he burned his hand on her plate. I still don't get that, but
yes!
We'll figure it out, I'm sure. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water. Is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember, which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct. Waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although? Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. What? Excuse me? Ah, I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of the others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Cat, I'm gonna lose my mind. He keeps trying to jump on top of my PC, which is very not a good idea. Anyway. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible causes of death besides the gunshot.
Yes!
What are those iron or wooden cages that hang on a pole you see horror movies and medieval films? They usually stuff one person or persons in there. What the hell? I have no idea. Maybe? It's written here. Paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Did Reese not get his walk today? We went on 2 long walks today. He is more than gassed up. He just really wants my attention. Lucky for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. As there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. Burns must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. The victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen. And he must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Arg. There's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace. Please, do show me. Oh god, I wish I had a bottle of poison or something as a piece of evidence. But
Yes!
please, speak on this. Without leaving a trace? If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. However, a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. Cat, you're killing me. Oh my goodness. And our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased. There can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. I refuse to believe that Japanese folk didn't think poison could be involved. The whole food custom's about avoiding poison. You have a wine cup. It could be a substitute. I completely realize how it could have been administered, but I don't have a piece of evidence that I can like shove in their face to be like, here it is, poison. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're gonna have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? On my honor, I, ouchie, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yeah, evidence. Was there something in my evidence that... Well, we know that this glass was touched after he said that he doesn't know if he did drink it. Speak more on this.
Yes.
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction... Ah! Hello? Vital evidence may be lost. What is this? What is this? What am I looking at? Okay. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. A killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before, and something didn't seem quite right. The mechanic from the latent crossover game. Huh? I find the evidence to be damning, to be honest. This is still the same case with the dead gringo. What? I don't know what that is, but I don't like saying it out loud. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. As I suspected, she's a tough witness. I need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. It might present an opening, maybe? Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. Find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Boom.
Yes.
Inferior? What do you mean by that? Lens of great... Yep. Wait. Wait, click this? What do I do? Yes, there it is again. What? The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. Things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find that they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thoughts. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker? What marker? Yeah, what marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett. What the hell? Okay. Who's the person actually making the current statement? Interesting. By moving the marker left and right with A and D, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to... Oh my god, cat. Jesus Christ. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with space. You can catch the person at just the right time. You might uncover some new information to pursue. you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then. First I should move the marker across with A and D and then focus on the detective. Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Ah. I'd like to D. Spacebar.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Sumi, excuse me. What's the meaning of this? Oh god. I'm dying. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He's really lost in his thoughts. Deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? Some sort of pursuit theme? Pursue is a mechanic introduced in the crossover game and is brought here to Great Ace Attorney. Ah, I see. The game does make it obvious when this is an option, so you don't have to waste as much time as me looking at every witness, every line. I see.
Objection!
Ah! What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful English woman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. Huh? The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Oh no! He got it right once. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's immediately involved in the case, intimately. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Does toxicology exist? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have any evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. Oh my god. It's persevering evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Oh god. A crime scene thief? Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Oh my god, take this for example. Ugh. Is that... It's the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Exciting, exciting. Toxicology does, but this is also over a century ago. New stuff's being found all the time. Toxicology does exist, apparently. Hosonaga the goat. Darn. It looks like we haven't started using it yet, maybe. One day, our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. Oh no. Hopefully you live to see it. I really thought he was evil. I don't think he is. I don't think he is evil. I think he's really about his job. And he was perhaps just listening to orders from on high. I'm starting to turn on Hosonaga. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. The carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. Yep, the bottle of water, right? Tell me more. Hosonaga is very cool. Someone sent this man to Los Angeles. The tuberculosis colonies there are remarkably effective. Optimus, hello, hello. Superior situations to... What? I got fired? Seriously? Well then, grabs hand grenade. Oh no. Label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. Must be very expensive water. Yeah, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Go to French and ask? You can just say that you don't know. I was really hoping to see some, like, sediment or something. This carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke! You can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Ryunosuke. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. I think it's very likely that there could be something in this water. Are we just gonna Hail Mary it in court and just... I guess we're just gonna Hail Mary it. Okay. I was really hoping they were gonna be like, hey, there's some sediment in here or something. But nope, we're Hail Marying it, I guess. You confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank the day on the victim's death? Yes. It was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahem. Alrighty. Let's take another peek at this real quick. Okay, we don't get a good look at the bottle here. The bottle is corked. He muted me! How long have I been muted? This friggin' cat. Oh my god. I guess we just have to Hail Mary it here and see.
Yes!
I don't know. A few seconds? Okay, that's not so bad then. What is this? The bottle of water. Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace when it comes to mind. Save scumming. He's just like me, for real, for real. Well, unless I actually hit load, it's not called save scumming. Yeah. So if I just play perfectly all the time, it's never save scumming. It's just assurance. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Save scumming like that is why your desk slams are weak. Everyone's calling it save scumming, but I have yet to load. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, order, order! And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor, unable to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Chazale Brett! It was you!
Objection!
Oh my goodness. This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize this entire treaty?
Objection!
Wow. This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. Ah. Ahem, if I may. I will silence you forever for this disrespect. Oh, okay. You get your own unique thing. That's cool. I bet you if you were playing the game in Japanese, like if you had Japanese audio set up, She would still say shut up in English. That's pretty sick. Oh, brother. It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady. It's still shut up. Yeah, that's awesome. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. I mean, she obviously did it into the glass, not the bottle, but... And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. Nani? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No. I'm very grateful to all of you Japanese who successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place as if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution has asserted, a shot to the chest from the gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused to you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad this matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Ah. Ooh. Hello? Okay. I didn't know this was a damn circus. Anybody can just run into the court and scream. Please wait. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah. He asked her to go do something. Forgot about that. Isn't that? What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? You're related to the other guy. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Whoa. To be continued! God, oh, there's a part 3! Oh, baby. Keep it coming. Susato, my beloved. Susato's great. Yes, please save. Part 3. This cat is a nightmare. Well, alright, I'm out. Enjoy the game, Cash. See ya! Well, I understand you were the judicial assistant. Why can't I say judicial assistant to the defense? But why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ah, a judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into the court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I had some vital evidence that must hand over to the defense. What? You're too late, little girl. The trial's already been concluded. What about if I told you that we found a poison bottle? What about that? 5 minutes. 5 minutes is all I can spare. But, Your Excellency, I'm most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something? Written in English. Uh-oh. It's Giselle Brett's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? I really like his name's Ouchie. I love that. Winston Payne to Ouchie. So, does this research, whatever it is, I have something to do with the case? Hello, Pearl. Good night. I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Let me read this. Let me read this. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Okie dokie. Curare, what's that? I've never heard of that word before. Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. What the hell? There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. I'd love to. This is wonderful, thank you. Let me read this shit! Goodbye then, and good luck. Hey, thanks. A poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. The hunters of the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Effects: instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry: the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its inability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution to the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Interesting. I've always read it as curare. What? Read it as curare. Curare? I don't know what that is. No, Frost is right. Allegedly. Curare. Curare. Goodbye then, and good luck. You've had long enough, counsel. That's the poison you just read about. Oh, I see. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... Prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ouchie has done nothing. This case, he's just sat here and quipped. He didn't, like, he hasn't done a thing. Rionesque, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Oh, he got the slam right. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I love this judge. I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. Ooh. My apologies, dear lady. Oh, God. Insulted many times by the British lady. Mine's been folded 1,000 times, just like his Japanese steel. What is this new evidence that demands our court's attention? Well, it's probably going to be the new evidence I just got. Oh, sorry. Let me present that to you.
Yes!
She was studying poison! We understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yume University doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death. What? What complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What? Well, what do you mean? It's from South America. I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before the one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identified curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Wow. He's learning to read, allegedly. No, it can't be done. I can't read. Order, order, order! Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle. And it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Claims that animals shot by the arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Oh. Trumpery! Trumpery? These aspirations are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would have surely noticed. Huh. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Well, it looked like it caused, like, instant paralysis. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? It comes out his butt. The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that the curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible! Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow. Azuma? That's just paralysis. I thought this poison caused instant death. Well, then they suffocate. Because their lungs stop working or something, I guess. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. I love Ryu's looking at documents animation. Poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving to the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison? This is all very convenient, isn't it? Ether2 unknown. I don't know how to pronounce it. I know this word. I've seen this word a million times, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Hitherto? No, I can't do it. There's no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem. If I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever. Okay. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady! Hitherto, thank you. Trumpery. Attractive articles of little value or use. Huh. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? Electric Boogaloo. You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstance of an innocent man? Innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. There's also a bug in Australia that basically does that, but instead of dying of suffocation, it dies from spider birthing inside of it? Ah! That's horrible. That's horrible. I hate that. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the Great Empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Oh, gosh. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, yes. I don't see, why not? She's just gonna chug it. She's gonna chug it to prove that it's not... Oh. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Well, it sucks because she took a glass, which I have to assume was the glass that she put the poison in. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and the foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait, what are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Darn. Okay. Yeah. Whoa. Goodness. Whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy, but of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here at a grand venue. Most kind. Ah. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Distant dry cough. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. Oh my goodness gracious. I think I've given more than enough of my time for this. What? For the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. That bottle of water contains no poison. It doesn't contain poison. I would go as far as to say that bottle contains no poison. That being said, let me just do this real quick. I think the poison was laced in the glass that she took with her. I not understand. Poison in the water. Why? Yeah, you got the slam. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why, Ryunosuke? Cat, you must back off. Isn't it obvious? If there was no poison in there, she'd be dead by... If there was, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes, your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. Or naivete, if you prefer. But sometimes, it's in the need for a good staining, until it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, counsel, for which you will be penalized. Wait, what? Really? Oh, okay. Ugh. This whole trial is poisoned. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have killed over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water. Okay, well, I guess it does contain poison, but... Oh. I guess it only works. What the hell? I mean, that would be ballsy as fuck. But is it really? Consuming it doesn't work? It has to be through a wound? I didn't even consider that, but... Culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Has to enter the bloodstream directly. Oh. Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. It's like venom versus poison. Oh. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer's in the evidence we just have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support this assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume this supposedly... Watch my face. Okay. Sorry.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report. That's not a valid explanation. No? After all, We don't speak any English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anybody. Honest. I'm just trying to read Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety to the court. You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? Oh, Jesus. What was it called? I assume... Okay, well... Let's take a peek. What was the section called? It was... Special characteristics? Yeah, special characteristics. Okay. I've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. It's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of their arrows when they shoot whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use laced arrows, doesn't that mean that there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? You know, I never thought about that, but yes. Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel! No, that would be madness! But I actually found the answer to that conundrum. In this research paper here, under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, slam. When it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Is this a real poison, by the way, curare, that we're referring to here? Does anybody know? It's like how you use worms to catch fish. And the fish you were about to eat had the worms in it as well. It is real. Oh, cool. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. They use it on arrowheads and darts. Well, the notes told me as such. I wasn't sure that it was a real poison or something that they just fabricated. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking the water without any danger to yourself. She's getting close to the break. Ah, rapscallion! Awesome. Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer? Oh, all this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure, but I failed to see how it possibly... Okay. So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. Okay, what if we give a little cut on your arm and then pour some of that on there? Would you consent to that? What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish flaw. As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Nice. Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? Confirmed living bird on the hat. It's true. Or she drank curare but had a stomach ulcer. Wouldn't that hurt her? I think so. So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah. That's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Where the hell is the point of entry? We know about the burn, but that's... Can that work? I don't know. Logic holds. The lady and the professor drank the same poison. It would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. This pose is wicked. Why couldn't he eat? Ah, the dentist! He did have an exposed wound in his mouth. What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. Sick.
Objection!
Igatti! Oh, whoa. Sick. I don't think so, Miss Giselle Barrett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You're alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. You know now the poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Damn. That's a better conclusion than mine. I was gonna say they shot him in the gut after the after he drank. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean this makes a lot of sense.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental fatal difference between the two diners. Fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it's completely harmless. Daga. What if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had the tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Well, we have her dead to rights now. I'm sure there's gonna be another hiccup, but... Is she... laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What? What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. Hello? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! What is it? What happened? It's the English woman. She just smashed the bottle. And in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much water from that broken bottle as possible at once. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it'll soak up all the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Haha. Jesus Christ, okay. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy, but I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in that bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, We still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I assume, dear lady. Good God. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course, the only person who could have shot him was from the front, is the little schoolboy. No, you killed the victim that day, using curare. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor dead in the chest with your own hidden gun. We haven't established where she would hide her second gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! As you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Oh, brother. Sorry, I did something stupid in Discord. I drank a shot of the strongest shot of the spiciest drink with Geist Reaper. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I hope you're okay, Drunkle. I pray. Delivered in cold blood by the accused Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now... Is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke! Yeah, we've come this far. But now you're the only one who can finish it. Huh? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing that you could really depend on. Well, yeah, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice this woman is a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. What? Is Kazuma right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of this same scene in my head? Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? Oh my god. Well, if there's blood there, then... I mean, they could claim that it's from the stake, but he wasn't facing because the bullet didn't exit, so... I would say that there's a clue, yes. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Haha. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off the English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait! Been niggling? It's been niggling me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been. I mean, they tried real... Huh? Am I getting screwed? Am I getting baited?
Take that!
Does this not prove that he was shot facing the other direction? Answer me this. Yep. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, The plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Attention!
Wait a minute. Where are you going? Ah, okay. You gotta do what? Gotta believe. Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in the photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on, there was a splattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. Well, the bullet didn't exit the back. That can't be true. Take a good look at the photograph. Look at this photograph. And the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Huh. Yeah. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite from the professor, as you were. Jezebel Brett? This whole time I've been wanting to say Jezebel. And this whole time, my brain sees this B over here and it rearranges everything to try to say Jezebel, but it's my first time slipping up. But trust me, every time I've read her name, I've been clawing me back from saying Jezebel. I beg your pardon. Every time I do it makes me laugh. This is beyond ridiculous, fabricated nonsense. If the court seriously expected to believe something the accused had apparently just remembered seeing. Oh, it's our boy. He does have the evidence. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean I did take that plate? Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. I did it all in the name of justice. Wait a minute, I love this guy now. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now! Inspector, the court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Uh-oh. No. No blood. No blood anywhere. Now, wait a minute. That is the same steak. Fuck. Okay. But no! That's impossible! Oh, come on. I know that I saw it. I'm sure of it. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on that plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. Ah. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Whoa. Arg. Oh my goodness. I heard Def Leppard. Osanaga's actually the best. I love that fist of conviction. This part is a bit fillery, but it's funny, so I forgive. I believe we may finally reach the conclusion in this trial. No way. What the hell? Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. Ugh. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ah! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. The plate of the steak has been entered into the court record. Oh, I'd love to. Thought that I saw just a figment of my imagination? Well, we're gonna find out. What the hell? The Koban? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the Hoi era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it? I mean, what's it doing here? Wait, did you say it was a Hoi Koban? Yeah, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk about Hoi Koban. So, is this the soldier's steak? And the guy literally just mixed it up? Because that would be horribly Looney Tunes if he's just like, oh, whoops, I just grabbed the wrong plate, sorry. See you tomorrow, all of you are awesome and always will be. Good night, or I guess enjoy the rest of your day, zombie. I mean, drunkle. And / or night. Pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bouillon in bouillon. This is a 10 out of 10 joke here. I don't think you ever will again. This is an extraordinary, though. This means... I'll tell you what it means. That means this is the soldier steak, I assume. Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. It's from the Hoi era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. Well, it's been marinated in the juices as well. Look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No. The next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's gonna be racing as I lift up the meat and peel her underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Alright. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. You gotta believe. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself, really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? I do, Your Honor. Or Your Excellency, if you prefer. The bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? Yeah, there is. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. Don't believe in the me that believes in you. Believe in the you that believes in you. Notice the actual bite marks, not a knife used, to be sure. See, I was confused by that because they were actual bite marks for sure. I assumed because everything's positioned the same as this picture, so I was like, okay, it's probably just that the model is like they're doing what they can. If it is definitely bite marks. You look at it, but I just assumed it was like, well, I mean, they're in the same places. It looks identical enough that from a 2D picture to a 3D model, I wouldn't have questioned it. not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. More precisely on this plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found, right underneath this bad boy. Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin? Oh, we're gonna have to go through this again. Wait, I've seen this. No, I don't mean what it is. I mean, what's it doing under there? I don't think I can mash through this. I can't. Yep. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bullion. Again, 10 out of 10 joke. Okay, here's our boy. Right there. Oh, I'm not hitting present. Whoops, I'm hitting examine. Oh no. God, I wish there was a speed up button since I bungled it. No, that's good stuff. No! Oh my God. I fucking, oh Jesus. Okay, now it lets me skip, thank God.
Got it!
Oh my Lord, I was gonna scream. Does that match the one from the other picture? The other picture, it was kind of like obscured a bit, so I was like, okay, well, I guess we just can't see it. But in the other picture, yeah, you can't really see what's happening. I guess maybe they took some chunks out from here or something, maybe? Good gracious. A Koban? What on earth? Boy, arrow one at that. Miss Brett. This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on that day in question, is it? Tell me. Why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? Oh. What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, but I want no part of it. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in the moment of distraction. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoe Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoe Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll give up my lawyer job right now. Well, you're gonna be, like, arrested, so... By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Oh my God, everyone's screaming at each other. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that that it is you who is irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if they can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yeah, Curio Correcta. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Curio Correcta.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Curio Correcto-san. Curie as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Brother, your name is Jezebel. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that it was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. Exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Correcta is such a crazy name. Wait, is his name just Curio Collector? Yes, yes it is. And this Hoei era Koban, do you really mean to tell me? No, please, why would Correcta-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? It makes no sense. Yes, it doesn't make sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Correcta-san back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Please tell me we're gonna have all 4 of them up there. That would be crazy. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it's a key element in this case. Burp. Oh my god. It is really all 4 of them are up here now. What is this about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? Brother, you're going to jail. Perjury, my dude. You got other things to worry about. My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. A worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun has set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Correcta-san. Something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this Ah! He stabbed this man's boot! He stabbed this man's boot! He threw the knife and it stabbed this man's boot! Oh, God. I don't know, sir, is a god tier Ace Attorney name, though. Oh! The resplendent, splendiferous, oh, a treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. The young man, enlighten the decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in seasoned meat juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? What the hell? Take that knife away from him so he doesn't commit Sudoku before he tells the truth. Couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Soldier man! Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing! Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Ah. Excuse me. Did I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah yes, that's right. Secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant and attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. This man's sweating! He's sweating and looking over! A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Eh? Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of a waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. Unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. What the heck? The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Correcta-san's Koban is all too clear. What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel who stole Correcta-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? Oh, wait a minute. Now, I have to assume it's the soldier. I have to. I didn't think he was like a sussy guy or something, but it wasn't you. My brain is like, it can only be one of these two, but I mean, it's gotta be his steak.
Take that!
He's the only person eating a steak. It can only be you. It was Ido, I'm telling you. I never trusted that baby. How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me. It was Ido! Ido was the mastermind behind all this! What the hell? Really, though? Oh my god. Very early on guesses. Who are the people? As soon as that baby showed up, there were people in chat being like, it's the baby. The baby did it. You would push the blame of the crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Oh my god, what would make this so awesome is if the baby then like stood up and went like, oh, no way. What the hell? Never mind. I was hoping the baby was gonna be like, I am evil. Nippon Imperial Army, Sergeant Ayasanosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. What the hell? Oh, he's got a Wario stash now. Or I guess Waluigi stash now. Goated crash out animation is good. Do any of you know if the extraordinarily low wages of the Nippon Imperial Army expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remain in place. I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. It's just like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Oh, a veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Ah. And the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. Crickets. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. Theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to the Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Okay, are we gonna come back to the fact that that was not your plate? Or rather, the plate that was on the table? As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Not all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered. I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. Wait a minute. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... Something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly. Something she said jarred with me. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Eating with her teeth, I guess, instead of using a knife. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. She said they're exposed to undeniable contradiction. I need to see evidence, counsel. Miss Brett's words were truly contradictory. Where's the evidence to prove it? Like, big old bite marks in that bad boy.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett has been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. More accurately, Your Excellency. Steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, counsel? Just a few minutes ago, Mrs. Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak. In particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Ah. Oh. Ah. Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all! The mask coming into the foreground to make her eyes look big is so funny. Yeah. What is your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett is ravishingly hungry and couldn't... okay. Oh. It's the first time we've seen her break like this. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in the blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. I've heard enough, you irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Dang. Of course, dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. Mysterious teeth marks in a steak that allegedly got eaten with cutlery. Reason why the blood stain somehow has disappeared. It's not the same one. Most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all Who shot Dr. Wilson that day? Except that the teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. What exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? I believe these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase, typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? Just because it hasn't been shown yet doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial's run several hours already. Did you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it. Well, I don't, but there's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. If that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of defense for this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair? I mean, it's gotta be you.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yeah, you said you took both steaks, right? It was holding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. Oh god, I'm dying. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the steak with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I enjoyed chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing the coin, told us he slipped it under the steak. This dog is only 29. He's had a rough life. Oh. Yeah. You watch it, Cadet. I'm a superior officer. Brother, you're going to jail. What do you mean? Could you please confirm something for me? Is the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? And Shun, affirmative, of course. You would be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army. But still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. What the heck? How's Cat? Angrily sleeping on my bed right now. In other words, the steak the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal. What? That makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, the bang. Oh, brother. He said I immediately lifted my steak and put the coin underneath it. When the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. He decided to investigate my slab of meat. That'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested for taking off the kitchen, I seized my chance. God. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one at the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty.
Yes!
Yes, it is. Which means there's another piece of evidence that you haven't shown us. Let's see, he took Brett's steak, the plate it was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. Yeah, you said you took both steaks, I remember. That to preserve the evidence, you had taken both. Ah! Ooh. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. Oh! Oh! Plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What could that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It doesn't have the slightest bearing on this case. We're just slamming on this table. No, you're not wriggling your way out this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? The blood splatter. You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see the plate was to confirm something that the defendant remembered seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm not quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear splattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. It wasn't the victim's steak. I'm surprised the table is still intact. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. What? Now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let's not prolong this any further. Inspector, can you show us the evidence? Present the beefsteak and the plate that was originally the victim's table. Time of the incident. Right away. Yes, sir. Well, I can clearly see the splattering of blood. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. Uh-oh. The blood stain is clearly visible. Yes! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you see on the side of the plate shows that the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm pretty sure everyone knows by now who that person is. We still have not proven where they concealed an extra gun. We still don't know how they got an extra gun. But I mean, this is damning, of course. Does the picture now make sense, Cash? Why the model and the pick are the same? The model and the pick? You mean the meat? Cashew. It was cashew, allegedly. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Oh, yes. I understood the meat bit. Okay, here we go. Outdone by a Japanese by a Japanese schoolboy. Where could she have hidden a gun in that giant puffy dress? I know there's a billion places she could have hid it, but it's still, we don't have the murder weapon, so that's a little concerning, but... Ah! Yeah! What the hell? This is not proper British English, lady. What the? Okay. She was killed by the ducks. Hey! That's a shiny chick. It's true. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett? I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. We got her. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison could be found in his water, because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes, of course. I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of the water and it would all be over. I had placed the steak that I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone. And leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Drink break! Stay hydrated. Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in the chair, such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. So she did have 2 guns, wow. Any Cook Zero left? You bet. Planned to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. Then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. A place where you would be sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang. It's really contrived. She didn't have to pin it on anyone at all. Everyone would have thought that the victim died of natural causes. I guess maybe, yeah, she could have just been like, hey, something's up. That's weird. He's acting strangely. But then she gets scrutinized if she does that. Like, once... I guess she could have just left. Well, then she still would have been scrutinized. Yeah, I don't know. Even though at that point, he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. I was waiting for that to become relevant, but it never did. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had been shot him where he picked up the gun. Much more suspicious that she would be the one to have access to his food. Yes. Burp. So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. Well... Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruto-san. Yeah, fat chance! And then she faded out of existence. In the trial of Naruhodo-san, you are not guilty! Woo! This trial's finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be! Ouchie does not lose! Not to the likes of this rookie student. He's still got the eyes. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Arg! Ryanosuke Naruhodo! What, yeah? This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten! You've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Your time's up, old man. Whoa! It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Whoa! This seems reckless. Wow! What the hell? This is... No! Now he looks more like Pain. Winston's part of the curse confirmed. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Ouchie clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. No! For the next 1,000 years, they're gonna be doomed. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Spoiler, everyone's probably dead by the current time. Probably, I would assume. And yes, I believe I am winning. Thank you, Your Excellency. Use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That's for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes? After this trial, you're set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you're able to. Do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. What? I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. Oh, okay. As for you, Ryanosuke Naruhodo, the court finds you! In you, I sense... Oh, never mind. How can I sense it? How can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. Where's the big not guilty? Oh, here it is. It's time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryanosuke Naruhodo. Dom. Dom. Yay! We beat the tutorial. Look at this guy. Oh, you can't see it because Bancho Cashew is covering it, but I mean, Pain, he didn't look too good. Or Ouchie, rather. This court is now adjourned. Huzzah! Asma, get the British seed beans on toast and trick them into... What the hell? I can't believe it. I can't believe what just happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial! Ryanosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations! Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. Or should I say, partner? Ha ha ha! Oh no, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yome University Street, don't forget. Good afternoon, all your hard work was certainly paid off. Hey, you saved us! Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. I mean, you saved our life, but trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Ah, thank you so much. Aww. What? This animation. If we hadn't had the research report from Miss Bretz, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh yes, of course. It took 5 hours, but you finished the first trial. Congrats, cowboy. It's true. Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. I remember this. Speaking of Miko Toba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. My man. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it's I who should be thanking you, after all. Your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? He said this, yes. Yes, that is right. Professor Miko Toba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Wow. Presumably that's where you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world in science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Asogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. The Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Oh yes, her. She gonna go get tried overseas? She's just gonna get shipped back home and they'll be like, ah, it'll be a problem for them. What do you mean? Surely she's gonna face trial herself now. She's the true culprit after all. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai? Oh, what? Never mind. Uh-oh. Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Diplomatic immunity! God damn it! I knew it! Osanaga, how's it going? There's a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must congratulate. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away, where our voices can't be heard. Oh, brother. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past, now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. And so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yeah, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. Man, that's a load of crap. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all gonna change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor! You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun! In that case, might I suggest Le Carnaval? I know we've been under scrutiny for a while now, and there was just a recent murder, but let's do it. You're Detective Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about the details now. Also, no offense. To Le Carnaval, will you accompany us, Professor? I don't want to be served by a guy with tuberculosis. I know a great steakhouse. Of course, Le Carnaval's food is second to none. I shall go ahead, go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yeah, thanks. She fades off like a ghost. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Oh, Dr. Wilson. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. Eh? To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. The great ace attorney? Ah! What? Come on. Be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. Man, it's gonna be so long before we unravel all these mysteries. It's true. But why is his headband blowing, though? That's what I was saying when I first met this character was, I guess somebody's just got a hand fan nearby. But you have a natural talent for it, for being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. You know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs to win? Knowledge of the law? Conviction. The ability to believe. You just gotta believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what you believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner, but being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something anybody can do. It takes a special kind of person. It's called having aura. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, I faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. I thought... There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, hi. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go! Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes. That too. So my very first trial came to an end. Burp. Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. Hey, what the heck? It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And woohoo! We did it! We did it! Oh, oh. Boom. Episode 2, The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. Neato. Whoo-wee! Well, you know, it was everything that I could have hoped for. It was more Ace Attorney. I absolutely love this game. I'm gonna call it here, obviously. Now the real game begins. I'm definitely gonna call it here for the day. But, boy howdy, can I not wait to come back to this. Oh, man. And right now I have it on Friday. Oh, brother. What a nightmare. I would just want to play it forever. Maybe I should switch everything on my schedule to Great Ace Attorney. We can play it every single day. That'd be nice. Probably kill my channel, though. But it would be cool. That ominous silhouette on the save file. It's the boy. Is that Herlock Sholmes? The Herlock Sholmes? One of the only things I know about this game is Herlock Sholmes. I mean, I don't know anything about Herlock Sholmes. I only know his name. Add my cousin Vinny to Sunday Watch Along? No. I need to find out where I can watch that, how much it's going to cost me to watch it, even if I want to. I don't know. Maybe next week or the week after. Depending on where it's available and how much I have to pay to watch it and all this crap. So, probably not. Definitely not this Sunday, but maybe in the future. Because a bunch of people bandwagoned on it being like, oh, you gotta watch it. So, I know there's at least a couple people who are interested, I suppose. You know not of the peak of which you speak. Herlock the goat. Well, this is where I'm going to call it for tonight. So, I will be back tomorrow with Banjo-Kazooie. And the Heaven Burns Red stream is going to be very, very quick. It's going to be very quick. I've heard that the Flash events on the Heaven Burns Red resource site that I use, they say that its expected clear time is between 20 minutes and 45 minutes. So that stream is going to be like an hour long, maybe, depending on, I don't know how it's going to go, but I'm expecting that stream to be very short. So, hey, it's Bungo. Look at that. Woo, Bungo-Kazooie. And that's that, yeah. There's a watch along on Sunday and Uma Musume as it always is. But then more Ace Attorney? Not tomorrow. Probably not tomorrow. I mean, again, I don't know how long it's going to take to finish it, but we'll see. Fun fact, Sherlock Sholmes isn't a reference to Sherlock Holmes. He's a reference to the detective from the Arsène Lupin movies, the same name. That's how Capcom used him. What? Without getting sued? I always heard the story was that Sherlock Holmes was not yet in public domain. That's what I heard when this game was still coming out and we were getting like the names of characters and stuff. I swear I remembered hearing that Sherlock Holmes was not public domain yet, so they couldn't use the name Sherlock Holmes, so they used Sherlock Sholmes. And then like literally a year or two later, Sherlock Holmes became public domain, and they were like, whatever, it's already Sherlock Holmes, or it's already Sherlock Sholmes. I have no idea if that's true. That's just what I was always told back in the day whenever this was like coming out, but I don't know. What I do know is my stomach has been killing me. I had, with my rice today, I had some like canned mushrooms, so I just heated up some of those canned mushrooms and put them on top of my rice. It is not sitting well in my stomach. The past 40 minutes I've just been like writhing in pain. So I'm gonna go suffer, but I'll see y'all tomorrow. So thank you for joining. I'll see y'all then. Goodbye. It wasn't public domain, but the novels of Arsène Lupin had Sherlock Sholmes as the detective as a reference to the Capcom. Claimed that it is the character there. That's awesome. I had fish. Want fish? I'd love fish. Fish is too damn expensive now, though. Oh my gosh. I assume none of my homies are streaming. That. Good night, everybody. Also, hey, remember to like the stream.